Welcome to Dreamland Sleep Stories. Take a deep breath, relax and listen to our story tonight. The Nordic Gods Part 1. Subscribe to our channel to let the peaceful images and soothing sounds accompany you into a deep sleep. Nordic mythology mentions a whole host of gods, both male and female. You'll get to know some of them better in the next few chapters. A majority of the stories focus onto deities. We'll be looking at Odin and his son Thor. Another important character is Loki, Odin's blood brother, and the giant son who lives with the gods of Asgard. Odin is the most important and oldest of the gods. Odin knows a lot of secret. He traded an eye for wisdom. And on top of that, he even sacrificed himself for the wisdom and power of the runes. He was tied to the world tree, Yggdrasil, and left hanging upside down for 9 days and nights. He was pierced in the side with a spear, and the wound was terrible. The storm raged against his upside-down body. He didn't take a drop of water or a morsel of food for 9 days and nights. There he was, hanging all alone. And he saw his life slipping away in extreme pain. In the freezing cold and excruciating pain. On the verge of death, his sacrifice had a sinister outcome. In the agony of that moment, he looked down and saw the runic writing hidden beneath Revel itself. He understood what it meant and what it could do. At that moment, the rope broke, and he let out a scream as he fell from the tree. And now he knew a thing or two about magic. And so the world was in his hands. There are lots of different names for Odin. He's the father of the gods, the god of slaughter, the god of the gallows. He's also known as Grimnir and the Old One. In different contexts, he is known by different names. People tend to worship different images of him in different languages. But at the end of the day, they're all worshipping the same person. He's very good at disguising himself and travels around the world in disguise. This way, he can get a better understanding of the world, just as we do. When he's around, he looks like a tall guy in a cloak and hat. He has 2 ravens, one called F.J. Argun and the other called Amarenai. Their names mean thought and memory in Old Norse. The birds fly all over the globe, bringing back all kinds of knowledge to Odin. They perch on his shoulders and give him a little nudge. From his high throne, he has a view of everything, no matter where it happens. He knows everything. He's the one who brings war to the world. Throwing the spear is the official declaration of war, and it also shows that all deaths in war are sacrificed to Odin. If you make it out alive, it's thanks to Odin's mercy. If you don't, it's because he's let you down. The Vakirs are the ones who collect the souls of the brave who have died in battle. If you die in battle, you'll be taken to a place called Valhalla. Odin will be waiting for you in Valhalla. You'll feast, fight and drink to your heart's content under his guidance. Thor is Odin's son and the god of thunder and lightning. He's straightforward and honest. Not as cunning as his father Odin, he's kin-hearted and not as malicious as his father. He's tall and strong, with red hair and a red beard. And he's the strongest of all the gods. He has a precious belt, a magical belt called Mjolnir that makes him twice as strong. Thor's weapon is Mjolnir, a one of a kind hammer with some pretty impressive powers. The gods made it for him, but I'll fill you in on the story later. Trolls, frost giants and mountain giants all quake at the sight of Thor's hammer Mjolnir, because so many of their brothers and friends have died at its age. Thor also wears iron gloves so that he can hold the hammer firmly. Thor's mother is the goddess of the earth, Jarth. Thor has 2 sons, Nt, the god of anger, and Magni, the god of strength. Thor's daughter is Sortar, the goddess of strength. His wife is Sif, the blonde goddess. She already had a son, Ulra, before she married Thor. So Thor is Ol's stepfather. Ulra is the god of hunting with a bow and arrow, and he always has his sleigh with him. Thor is the guardian of Ostard and Midgard. There are so many stories about Thor's life and adventures that there's no end to them. In this book, I'll be sharing some of the most interesting stories. Loki is a handsome and charming character. He comes across as trustworthy, persuasive, and even likable. Yes, he doesn't look like the most cunning and duplicitous of all the Asgardians. Unfortunately, there's a lot of darkness within him, a lot of anger, envy, and lust. Loki is the son of the giantess Laufey, also known as Now or Needle, because of her slender, beautiful, and sharp figure. Loki's father is thought to be F-Abit, the giant. His name means deadly striker, and F-Abit was as dangerous as his name suggests. Loki can walk on the sky in flying shoes, and he can also change into the appearance of other people or animals. But his real weapon is his mind. In terms of cunning and fickleness, there's no one who can match him, not even Odin. Loki is Odin's blood brother. The other gods unsure as to when and how Loki came to Asgard. He's Thor's friend, but he also betrays him. The gods often turn a blind eye to what he does, probably because his schemes can often save the day, even if they get the gods into trouble all the time. Loki makes the world more interesting, but less safe. He's the father of monsters, the author of misery and the god of trickery. Loki has a bit of a penchant for the bottle. When he's drinking, he tends to lose control of his mouth, thoughts and actions. Loki and his kids will be around when the gods are on their way out, and they won't be on Asgard's side. Before everything began, there was nothing, no land, no sky, no stars, no heavens, only the formless country of mist and the country of fire that burns forever. To the north was the dark world of Niflheim. There were 11 poisonous rivers running through the mists of the dark world, and they all started from the great whirlpool of turbulent waters, Vergelma, at the center of the world. Niflheim was freezing, with the mist shrouding everything in a grey haze. The sky was obscured by the mists, and the earth was cloaked in their cold embrace. To the south was Muspelheim. Muspel was the land of fire. Everything there burns, and Spells is bright and lively, while Niflheim is grey and cold. And Spells has rolling lava, while Niflheim is frozen. The earth is on fire, with a rolling heat like that of a smith's forge. There's no foothold, no sty, just seething waves of heat and sparks, molten stone and burning embers. At the border of Muspelheim, where the fog is transformed into light at the end of the earth, Surtur stands. Surtur is the first thing that was created. He existed before the god, and he's still there. He's holding a flaming sword, and to him, bubbling lava is no different from freezing fog. It is thought that Surtur will only leave his place at the end of time when the gods perish. He'll head out from Muspel with his flaming sword, and the gods will fall one by one. There's a gap between Muspel and Niflheim. It's a place with nothing in it, and no particular shape. The Jagongul, or cleft, is the name given to the emptiness into which the rivers of the land of mist rush. Over time, the toxic rivers between the land of fire and the land of mist gradually turned into a huge glacier. The ice on the north side of the chasm was covered in freezing mist and hail, while on the south side of the chasm, where the glacier met the flames, the lava and sparks from Muspelheim met the ice. The hot air rising from above the land, the fire blew onto the glacier, creating a warm breeze in the area. When ice and fire meet, the glacier melts. As the glacier melts, it gives rise to a giant that is like a man, but larger than anything that has ever lived. This giant is neither male nor female, but sort of both. This giant is called Ymir, and he's the ancestor of all giants. As well as Ymir, the melting ice also gave rise to other creatures, including a giant ox without horns that was so enormous it was beyond comprehension. It lapped up the salty ice, which was both its food and drink, and its forerunners flowed with milk like rivers. The milk was a great source of nourishment for Ymir. The giant drank the milk and started to grow. Ymir named the cow Ashen Bila. The cow licked the ice with its pink tongue and came up with a human figure. On the first day, there was just the hair. On the second day, there was the head. and on the third day, the whole person appeared. This was Bor, the ancestor of all the gods. Ymir fell asleep and gave birth. While she was asleep, she gave birth to a male giant and a female giant from her left armpit, and a giant with 6 heads from her legs. Ymir's children also became the ancestors of all the later giants. Uli married one of the giants and had a son who was called Bur. Buri married the giantess Bestla, and they had 3 sons. And then there were Odin, Dili and Fjallmir. Buri's 3 sons, Odin, Veli and Fjallmir, grew up. As they grew up, they kept their eyes fixed on the flames of Muspelheim and the darkness of Niflheim. Both places were off limits and could result in their deaths. The 3 brothers were stuck in the Jajalan Govatien, between the fire and the mist, forever. It's possible they never left that place. There was no sea or sand, no grass or stones, no soil, no trees, no sky and no stars. At that time, there was no world, heaven or earth. The gap existed in the void. It was just an emptiness, waiting to be filled with life and existence. It was time to get started on creating everything. Willie and Odin looked at each other and discussed. They discussed the universe, life and the future. Odin, Willie and Fi got rid of the giant Mir. It was inevitable. There was no other way to get the job done and create the world. Ymir's death was the origin of everything. It made life possible. They stabbed the giant, who was really big. The blood that flowed from Ymir's body was endless. It suddenly gushed out like a fountain, salty as the sea and dark as floodwater. The flood of blood was so powerful and overwhelming that it drowned or washed away all the giants. Ymir's grandson, Briamwire, and his wife were the only ones who made it out alive. They grabbed hold of a floating wooden chest, which took them to their destination like a ship. All the giants we see today and are so afraid of are descended from them. The 3 sons of Odin used Mir's body to create the land. They used Mir's bones to build mountains and cliffs. The rocks, stones and sand we see today are actually fragments of Ymir's teeth and bones. They were shattered in the battle with Odin, V and Fi. The sea that surrounds our planet is made up of Ymir's blood and sweat. If you look up at the sky, you're actually looking at the inside of Ymir's skull. The stars, planets, comets and shooting stars you see at night are actually sparks that flew out of Muspelheim. And what are those clouds you see during the day? They were once Mir's brain, and who knows what they're thinking even now. The world is flat and disc-shaped with the sea all around it. The giants live by the sea, right on the edge of the world. To get rid of the giants, the brothers Odin, Willie and Fi built a wall with Mir's eyelashes to enclose the middle part of the world. They named the area that was enclosed Midgard, which means middle world. The first Midgard was a wasteland. There was a beautiful land, but nobody walked the meadows. Nobody fished in the clear rivers. Nobody explored the mountains or gazed at the cloud. Odin, Willie and Fi knew that a world with people in it was the perfect place. They looked everywhere but couldn't find anyone. At last, they discovered 2 tree stumps among the pebbles by the sea. The tree stumps had been floating in the waves for a while and had finally made it to the shore. The first tree stump was from an ash tree. Ash trees are beautiful and hardy, with a deep root system. Ashwood is pretty tough and a great material for carving, whether you're making handles for tools or shafts for spears. The second stump they found was from an elm tree. It was right next to the ash tree stump, almost touching it. Elm is a beautiful, strong wood. Elm wood is great for making the hardest planks and beams for houses. You can even build an entire house from elm. The 3 brothers picked up the 2 tree stumps. They stood the tree stumps, which were almost man-high, upright in the sand. Odin took hold of the tree stumps and gave them new life with a single breath. They were no longer just dead wood on the beach, they had a life of their own. While he gave them the will, intellect and motivation to move and start having desires. Frey shaped the stumps into human form. He carved their ears so they could hear, their eyes so they could see, and their lips so they could speak. The two stumps on the beach became to people, completely naked. Frey carved the male figure with a phallus, and the female figure with a vulva. The three brothers made clothes for the woman and man to wear. On the beach at the edge of the world, where the sea was cold, the clothes also kept them warm. The last thing they did was give the two people a name. They called the man Ast, which means ash tree, and the woman Embole, which means elm tree. Askar and Embole are the parents of all of us. Every person's life comes from their parents' parents, their parents' parents, and so on. If you go back far enough, all of our ancestors can trace their roots back to Askar and Embole. Embole and Askar stayed in Midgard, in the middle of the wall that the gods built for them from Ymir's eyelashes. They built a home in Midgard, where they were protected from the giants and monsters outside. In their safe home of Midgard, they had children. That's why we call Odin the father of the gods. He's the father of all the gods, and he also breathed life into our grandparents. No matter if we're gods or humans, Odin is our father. Yggdrasil is an ash tree that is perfect, magnificent and enormous. It grows between the 9 worlds, linking them all together. It's so tall and impressive that the branches at the top extend even higher than the sky. The roots of this huge ash tree spread out into 3 worlds, fed by a spring with 3 eyes. The first root of the tree is the deepest. It also extends into the underworld of Niflheim, which existed before anything else. In the middle of the dark world is the Hevmyrd, which is always swirling and churning. The sound of the water churning is pretty loud, like a kettle boiling. The dragon Idhog lives in these waters, and is gnawing at the roots of the tree from below. The second root of the tree reaches into the realm of the frost giants to the spring that belongs to Mima. A great eagle is perched on the highest branch of the world tree, and it knows a lot. There's also a hawk that perches between the eagle's eyes. There's also a squirrel called Radad Eschei who lives in the world tree. This messenger relays messages and information from the ghastly corpse eater, and IDHGG to the eagle at the top of the tree and back again. The squirrel sits at both ends and enjoys the drama it creates. The stags are nibbling at the world tree's giant branches, eating the leaves and bark. And there are loads of poisonous snakes that nibble on the roots at the base of the tree. You can climb the world tree. It was on this tree that Odin made his sacrifice, turning the world tree into a gallows. From then on, he was known as the god of gallows. The gods don't climb the world tree. They use Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, to travel between the worlds. Only the gods can use the rainbow bridge. If frost giants or other giants try to climb up to Asgard via the rainbow bridge, they'll end up with blisters on their feet. The 9 worlds are Asgard, home of the Osgods. This is where Odin resides. Alfheim is where the light elves live. These elves are as bright as the sun and the stars. Sometimes Niflheim is also known as Start Alfheim. This is where the dwarves, sometimes called dark elves, live and work, making magical items in the mountain. Midgard is where we humans live. Jotunheim is home to the frost giants and mountain giants who build their homes there. Valhalla, this is where the gods of the Vanir live. The Asa and Vanir are both gods, and they live together in peace because they have made a peace agreement. Many Vanir gods live together with Osgods and Asgard. Niflheim, the dark, foggy world. Muspelheim, this is the world of fire, where Surt is waiting. And finally, there's a place called Hela, the underworld, which is named after its ruler. If you don't die bravely in battle, you end up here. The last branch of the world tree reaches a spring in Asgard, where the Osgods live. The gods hold meetings here every day. In the last days of the world, they met here, ready to go to the final battle of Ragnarok. This is the spring of Old Drive. The Norn, who are the goddesses of fate, are there too. The 3 wise sisters keep an eye on the spring, take care of it, and keep the roots of Yggdrasil wrapped in clay. The spring is associated with Urd, the goddess of fate, destiny, and your past. She's accompanied by Verdandi, whose name means in the making, she's the present. And then there's Skald, whose name means those who want. She represents the future. The Norn will play a big part in your life. Aside from these three sisters, there are other Norrenian. There are all kinds of Norrenian, giant, elf, Gorse, and even one, and good and bad ones. They all have a hand in deciding your fate. Some Norrenian give you a happy life, while others give you a painful, short or twisted one. They create your destiny at the spring of Ueldir. Mima's spring flows in the land of the giants, Jotunheim. It rises up from the ground and provides nourishment to Yggdrasil, the world tree. Mima is a wise guy who looks after the memory of the world. His spring is where wisdom begins. When the world was first created, he would drink from the spring every morning. He used the horn, called the Gijay Ornea horn, to draw the water. Once upon a time, when the world was young, Odin put on his long cloak and hat and dressed up as a traveler, wandering through the giant's realm. He set out to find Mima and some wise words. "Could I have a drink of your spring water, Uncle Mima?" Odin asked. "Just a quick sip." Mima shook his head. Nobody else could drink from the spring. He didn't say anything. He was usually pretty good at this kind of thing. "I'm your nephew," Odin continued, "and my mother, Bertha, is your sister." "That's not a reason enough," Mima replied. "I just want to take a sip. If I can drink from your spring, Mima, I'll be able to offer some wise advice. Name your price." "My price is your eye," Mima replied. "So Kit in the spring." Odin didn't ask if he was joking. The journey from the land of the giants to Mima's spring was long and dangerous. Odin was prepared to risk his life to get here and was willing to pay more for wisdom. Odin looked calm but determined. He just said one thing, "Give me a knife." Once he'd done what he'd said he would, he carefully lowered his eye into the spring. It looked back at him through the water. Odin filled his horn with water from Mima's spring and brought it close to his mouth. The water was pretty cold. He drank it down. He gained some wisdom from it. He could see more clearly than before, even though he now only had one eye. And so Odin was given a few more names. He was known as Bled, the god of the blind, the wanderer, the noisy man of the long journey, the one-eyed god, and so on. Odin's eye stayed in the spring of Mima, soaked in the water of the world, nourishing ash tree. It couldn't see anything, but it could see everything. Time flies. Once the war between the Asa and the One-Aya is over, they start swapping warriors and general. Odin gives Mima to the One-Aya as their advisor for the Asa god Hnir. It looks like Hnir is about to become the leader of the One-Aya. Hnir was tall and good-looking, and he really looked the part of a king. With Mima by his side, he made wise decisions and showed good judgment. But when Mima wasn't around, Hnir couldn't make decisions. The One-Aya gods soon got tired of this. They took their revenge on Mima, not Hnir. They beheaded him and sent his head to Odin. Odin wasn't upset. He treated Mima's head with herbs to stop it from rot. He recited all kinds of spells over the head to ensure that Mima's wisdom wouldn't be lost. Before long, Mima's head opened its eyes and spoke to Odin. Mima's advice was as wise as ever. Odin took Mima's head back to the spring at the base of Yggdrasil. He put it in the water next to his eye. Mima's head and Odin's eye were put in the spring of wisdom together, which knew about the past and the future. Thor's wife was the lovely Esoyeth. She was an Norse goddess. Thor's head over heels for her. He loved her fair skin, blue eyes, red lips and smile, and especially her long hair, which shone with the golden hue of late summer wheat field. Thor woke up and looked at Essie and who was still asleep. He gave his beard a scratch, and then gave his wife a pat on the shoulder with his big hand. "What's the problem?" he inquired. She opened her eyes, and her gaze met his. They were the color of the summer sky. "I don't understand," she said, shaking her head in confusion. She tentatively touched her pink scalp. Then she looked at Thor, her eyes wide with shock. "My hair," she said, her voice trembling. Thor gave a nod. It's all gone, he said. He made you bald. He? Hesief inquired. Thor didn't say anything. He fastened the belt of power, called Mjolnir, around his waist. The belt doubled his strength. Loki, he said. I think Loki is responsible for this. Why do you think so? Sif asked, while running her hands through her hairless head as if the touch of her fingers could bring her hair back. Because when something's not right, the first thing I think is that it's Loki's fault, said Thor. It saves me a lot of time. Thor found Loki's door locked, so he pushed it open, which caused the door to fall to the ground. He picked Loki up and demanded, Why what? Loki looked like an innocent lamb. Sif's hair. My wife's blonde hair. It was so lovely. Why did you cut it off? Loki's face was a picture, showing 1,000 different emotions, cunning, fickle, sharp, confused. They gave Loki a firm shake. Loki lowered his head, trying to look as ashamed as he felt. I did it because it was fun and I was drunk. Thor's eyebrows relaxed. Sif's hair is her defining feature. People will think she's had her head shaved as a form of punishment. They'll think she's done something she shouldn't with someone she shouldn't. Oh yes, I think that's probably what they'll think, Loki said. And unfortunately, I pulled it out by the roots, so she'll be bald for the rest of her life. No, she won't, Thor said, looking up at Loki. He was really angry at the moment and lifted Loki high into the air. Unfortunately, I think she really will. But there are hats, scarves and so on. She won't be bald forever, said Thor. Loki, son of Laufey, if you don't return her hair right now, I'll have no choice but to break every bone in your body. I'm talking about every single one. All of them. If her hair doesn't grow back, I'll be back to break your bones again. And again. And so on. And if I practice a lot, I'll get really good at it, as I'm sure you'll agree. He went on, sounding almost cheerful. No way, Loki replied. I can't get her hair back for her. It's not possible. Today, Thor said, it takes about an hour to break every bone in your body. I'm sure with a bit of practice I could do it in 15 minutes. Let's see if I can do it. He started to break the first bone. Dwarves, Loki called out. What? Dwarves? They can make anything. They can even make Sif's blonde hair and stick it to her scalp, so it grows just like her natural hair. It's perfect and flawless. They can do it. I swear they can. In that case, said Thor, you might want to go and find them. He let go of Loki, who fell to the ground. Loki got up and ran away before Thor could break any more bones. He put on his boots, which let him walk through the air, and went straight to Seyfartihon. That was where the dwarves' workshops were located. Loki figured the 3 sons of Ivaldi were the most skilled of the dwarves. Loki went to check out their underground iron foundry. Greetings, sons of Ivaldi, Loki said. I've been told that Bulokai and his brother Etri are the best dwarven craftsmen in the world. No, said one of Ivaldi's sons. We are. We're the best craftsmen in the world. I've been told that Brock and Deta can make just as wonderful treasures as you. That's nonsense, said the tallest of Ivaldi's sons. I wouldn't even trust them with the simple task of saddling a horse. The youngest of Ivaldi's 3 sons, and the wisest, gave a shrug. No matter what they build for you, we can build something better. I heard you, Loki said. You've accepted their challenge. There are 3 treasures. The gods of Asgard will decide which creator has produced the most exquisite treasures. Oh, and one of the 3 treasures you have to create has to be hair. It's got to be perfect blonde hair that grows endlessly. We can do it, said one of the 3 sons of Ivaldi. Loki was a little perplexed by them. Loki then made his way over the mountains to meet the dwarf called Brock. He got to the workshop of Brock and his brother, Etri. Loki said, the 3 sons of Ivaldi will make 3 treasures for the gods of Asgard. The gods will judge these treasures. The 3 sons of Ivaldi have asked me to tell you that you and your brother actually will not be able to make such wonderful treasures, not even close. He also said that you two brothers are clumsy waste. Brock wasn't stupid. This sounds pretty suspicious, Loki. Is this your style? This seems like it might be your style, trying to sow discord between the three sons of Ivaldi and Ata brothers. Loki's expression was open and honest, and he looked surprisingly sincere. It's not my doing, he said, with an innocent look on his face. I just thought I should let you know. Have you personally benefited from this? Brock inquired. Not at all. Brock nodded and looked up at Loki. Diri was the more skilled of the two brothers, but Brock was the cleverer and more decisive. If that's the case, we'd be happy to compete with the three sons of Ivaldi and let the gods be the judges. There's no doubt our two brothers can make a more exquisite piece than the Ivaldis, but to make it more interesting, Loki, let's do it for real. Are you up for it? What's your proposal? Loki inquired. Your head, Brock said. If we win the competition, I get your head, Loki. You've got some great ideas there. And I think Tree could make something really interesting out of them. Maybe we could make it into a thinking machine, an inkwell, or something like that. Loki was smiling, but he was secretly annoyed. Everything had started off so well, but he just had to make sure that Eitri and Brock couldn't win the competition, and that the gods would still get the 6 treasures from the dwarves, and that Sif would get her blonde hair. He was confident he could make that happen. He was Loki. Of course, he said. My head is no problem. The 3 sons of Wive Aldi were forging the treasure over the mountain. Loki wasn't concerned about them, but he had to make sure that Brock and Detwi couldn't possibly win. Brock and Detwi went into the workshop. It was dark, with just the orange glow of burning coals lighting the way. Detwi picked up a piece of pigskin and put it on the furnace. I've been saving this pigskin for just such a moment, he said. Brock just nodded in agreement. Right, you pull the bellows, Brock. Just keep pulling. I need to be able to rely on a consistent level of heat. Otherwise, it won't work. Just keep pulling. Pull. Brock started pulling the bellows, sending oxygen-rich air into the center of the furnace to get everything heated up. He was really good at this. Eitri kept an eye on him until he was happy with what he saw. He stepped out of the furnace chamber and started working on his treasure. As soon as he opened the door, a black insect spread its wings and flew in. There wasn't a horsefly or a deer fly. It flew around the furnace chamber in a threatening manner. Brock could hear Retri hammering outside the furnace chamber. He was doing a lot of different things with the hammer, sometimes grinding, sometimes twisting, sometimes shaping, sometimes pounding. The black fly, easily the biggest and darkest fly you've ever seen, landed on Brock's hand. Brock was pulling on both bellows. He didn't bother to shoo the fly away. The fly bit Brock hard on the back of his hand. Brock didn't stop. Just then, the door opened and Eitri came in, carefully pulling the work from the furnace. It looked like a huge boar with gleaming gold bristles. Good work, said Eitri. If it had been even the slightest bit too hot or too cold, it would not have worked and would have been a waste of time. You did a great job too, said Brock. A black fly buzzed around in the corner of the ceiling, seething with hatred and anger. Eitri took out a piece of gold and put it on the furnace. Right. The next treasure is going to wow them. When I give the signal, you start pulling your bellows. Whatever happens, don't slow down, speed up or stop for any reason. This is a tricky one. I get it, Brock replied. Eitri went out to get started on the task. Brock waited for Eitri's signal and then started cunning the bellows. Black fly flew around the room a few times before landing on Brock's neck. Black fly elegantly avoided a small drip of sweat. The heat from the stove was simply too intense. He bit down hard on Brock's neck with all his strength. Brock's neck was covered in bright red blood mixed with sweat. Eitri came back. He took a white armband from the fire, which was still red hot, and threw it into the stone basin to cool. As soon as it hit the water, the heat rose up in a puff of steam. As it cooled, it quickly turned orange, then red, and finally golden as its temperature dropped. "It's called a drop ring," said Eitri. "The drip drop? That's an interesting name for an amulet," said Brock. "It's not funny," said Eitri. He went on to explain to Brock how the amulet worked. "Now," said Eitri, "there's something I've been meaning to do for a while, and I think it'll be my best work yet. But this requires even more precision and attention to detail. So what I need you to do is pull the bellows and keep pulling them," asked Brock. "Yes," said Eitri. "This is really important, so please pay attention. Don't change the speed, or it'll all be ruined." Eitri picked up a piece of Ryan. It was the biggest piece of Ryan that Black Fly, who he had turned into Loki, had ever seen. Eitri threw the piece of Ryan into the furnace. He left the room and told Brock to start pulling the bellows. Brock started pulling, and outside, Eitri started hammering. At the same time, you could hear him stretching, shaking, bending and joining. Loki, in the form of Black Fly, decided it was time to get down to business. Eitri's masterpiece was bound to please the gods, but if it pleased them too much, he'd be in trouble. Loki stopped between Brock's eyes and started biting the dwarf's eyelids quite hard. The dwarf kept going, even though he was in pain, and kept on pulling on the bellows. Loki bit down harder and more viciously. The dwarf's eyes were flooded with blood, making it difficult for him to see. Brock narrowed his eyes and shook his head, trying to get the Black Fly out of his way. He shook his head from side to side. He pursed his lips and tried to swat at the Black Fly. Nothing seemed to work. The Black Fly just kept on biting him, and now the dwarf could see nothing but blood. The stinging sensation filled his head. Brock started counting down, and when he reached the lowest point, he let go of the bellows and used his hand to shoo away the Black Fly. Loki was lucky to survive, given how fast and strong his hand was. Brock grabbed the bellows once more and continued to pull it up. "That's enough," Eitri called out. The Black Fly flitted around the room, looking a bit unsteady. It reopened the door and the Black Fly flew out. Eitri looked at his brother, disappointed. Brock's face was covered in a mixture of blood and sweat. "I don't know what you were up to, but you almost messed things up. The temperature was all over the place in the last few moments, and now it's not as impressive as I'd hoped. We'll just have to wait and see what happens next." Just then, Loki came through the open door and his own fall. "Okay, so are you ready for the competition?" he asked. "Let BRK go to Asgard and give the gods a gift and bring back your head," said Eitri. "I just want to stay in my own workshop and make things." BRK looked at Loki with eyes that were a little swollen. "I'm really looking forward to cutting off your head," said BRK. "This has become a personal vendetta." In Asgard, the three main gods were sitting on thrones as judges. Odin, the father of the gods who had one eye, Thor, the red-bearded god of thunder, and Frey, the handsome god of fertility. Loki stood before them, surrounded by the three sons of Ivaldi, who were all pretty similar looking. Gok, who had dark hair, stood by himself, thinking, with the treasures he had brought covered by a blanket. "Right. So what are we judging?" "The treasures," said Loki. "The three sons of Ivaldi have brought you gifts for Odin, for Thor and for Frey. Eitri and Buloke have also brought gifts. It's up to you to decide which of the 6 treasures is the most exquisite. I'll start by showing you the treasures from the 3 sons of Ivaldi." He shows Odin the spear called Gunmill. It's a lovely spear with lots of intricate engraving and runes. It pierces everything and always hits the target if you throw it. Loki explains. After all, Odin only has one eye, and sometimes his aim isn't that great. Another great thing about this spear is that any oath sworn with it as a witness will be unbreakable. Odin held up the spear. "It's exquisite," he said, barely able to contain his excitement. "And look here," Loki said, pointing to a head of glorious blonde hair. "It's made of pure gold. It'll fit perfectly with the wearer's scalp and grow naturally. It'll look and feel as natural as your own hair." It's made of thousands of strands of gold. Let me try it on, said Thor. Sif, could you come here? Sif got up and came to the front of the hall, her head wrapped in a kerchief. She removed the kerchief, and the gods were surprised to see her bald, pink head. She put the wig on carefully and gave her head a little shake. The wig was attached to her scalp in full view of the gods. Sif stood tall before the gods, looking more radiant than ever. It looks good, said Thor. Good work. Sif gave her blonde hair a quick shake and walked out of the hall. She went outside into the sunshine to show her new hair to her friends. The last gift from the 3 sons of Ivaldi was small and could be folded up like a piece of cloth. Loki put the piece of cloth in front of Frey. What is it? It looks like a scarf, Frey said, unimpressed. It looks like a staff, Loki said. But if you unfold it, it becomes a ship called the Skidplatni. The really cool thing about it is that it always sails with the wind, no matter where it goes. It's the biggest ship you could imagine, but it doesn't take up much room and it can be folded up. It's really light, like a piece of cloth. You can easily put it in your pocket. Frey was really impressed, and Loki was finally happy. Those were 3 great gifts. It was now Brock's turn. His eyes were still red and swollen, but he had some pretty bad fly bites on his neck. Loki thought Brock looked pretty pleased with himself, especially after seeing the amazing gifts the 3 Ivaldi boys had brought. Brock gave the golden armband to Odin, who was sitting on his high throne. Brock explained that the golden armband is called Drottning. It will give birth to 8 perfect copies of itself every 9 nights. You can use them to reward others, or you can keep them and your wealth will grow forever. Odin took a look at them and then put the armlet on over his bicep. The treasure sparkled. It's really beautiful, he said. Loki recalled that this was the same thing Odin had said about the spear. Brock went to see Frey. He offered a huge boar with a golden mane. This is a golden boar with a golden mane, made by my brother for you. It'll pull your chariot, said Brock. It can race across the sky and the sea, faster than the fastest horse. Its golden mane shines in the dark, and its light will show you the way, even on the darkest night. It'll never let you down. Its name is Gulin or Sti, the golden boar. Frey looked pretty pleased with himself, but Loki thought, isn't that magical ship that folds up like a piece of cloth just as satisfying as a shiny, fast-moving pig? Loki's head was safe enough, and the last gift from Brock was the one Loki had tampered with a while ago, and Loki was well aware of it. Brock took a hammer out from under the fabric and gave it to Thor. They took one look at it and let out a sigh of relief. The handle is a bit short, he commented. Brock gave a nod. Yes, that was my mistake, he said. I was the one who was responsible for the bellows. But please don't turn it down just yet. Let me tell you about the unique features of this hammer. Its name is Mjolnir, which means thunderer in Old Norse. First of all, it's indestructible. No matter how hard you try to use it to hit something else, the hammer will not break. Though looked like he was starting to show some interest. Over the years, he had damaged many weapons, usually because he had used them to hit something else. And when you throw it, you always hit your target. Thor looked even more interested. Over the years, he had lost many a fine weapon, usually because he had thrown it angrily at something without aiming properly. In fact, many of the weapons he had lost had disappeared into the distance and never been found again. No matter how hard you throw it, or how far you throw it, it always comes back into your hands. Thor started to smile. Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, didn't smile often. You can change the size of the hammer if you want to. It can grow bigger or smaller. If you'd like, you can shrink it down and put it in your shirt. Thor was delighted, and the thunder rumbled through Asgard. But as you can see, Loki concluded, the hammerhead is indeed a little short. I take responsibility for this. I didn't keep the bellows going while my brother Eiotri was forging it. The lack of a hammerhead is just a minor aesthetic issue, said Thor. This hammer will protect us against the frost giants. It's the best gift I'd ever seen. It'll protect Asgard. It'll protect us all, said Odin with a nod of approval. If I were a giant, I'd be afraid of Thor with that hammer in his hand, said Frey. Yes, it's a good hammer, but where is Sif's hair, Thor? Where is Sif's blonde hair? Loki inquired, sounding slightly impatient. What? My wife's hair is quite nice, said Thor. Loki, could you show me how to make the hammer bigger and smaller? I have to say, Thor's hammer is more impressive than my spear and armor, said Odin, nodding. I'll say this for Thor's hammer, it's more amazing than my ship and the golden ball. And it'll guard the gods and Asgard, Frey admitted. The gods gave Brock a pat on the back and told him that Eitri and his gift were pretty special. That's great, said Brock. He turned to Loki. So, said Brock, I can now cut off her head and take it back, son of Laufey. I'm sure Eitri will be pleased. We can put it to good use. I want to redeem my head, said Loki. I can't raid you for treasures. Eitri and I already have all the resources we need, said Brock. We're the ones who create the resources. No, Loki, I want your head. Loki pauses for a moment, then replies. That doesn't matter if I give it to you, if you can catch me. Then Loki leaps over the dwarf's head. In a flash, he's gone. Brock looks at Thor. Can you catch him? Thor shrugs. I really shouldn't, he says. But I'd like to test out your new hammer. Thor soon came back, holding Loki firmly in his grasp. Loki was clearly annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Brock took out his knife. Come here, Loki, he said. I'm just going to cut off your head. Of course, Loki replied. You can certainly cut off my head if you want to. But I want you to know that if you cut off even 1 millimeter of my neck, it'll be a breach of our agreement. The agreement is that you can only cut off my head. Odin leaned in a bit. Loki's right, he said. You don't have the right to cut his neck. Brock was a little annoyed. You can't just cut his head off without cutting his neck too, he said. Loki looked pleased with himself. If only people would think before they speak, they'd realize they shouldn't challenge Loki. He's the smartest, cleverest, most cunning, wisest, best-looking person around, and it's me he's up against. Brock whispered something in Odin's ear. That sounds fair enough, Odin agreed. Brock made a belt and a knife. He tied Loki's mouth with the belt and tried to pierce the leather with the tip of the blade. It's not going in, said Brock. My knife just can't cut through your skin. I probably wouldn't have had any problems if I'd just been a bit more careful, Loki said modestly. Better safe than sorry. This is to make sure my previous line. Can't cut the neck, only the head, still works. I don't think there's a knife that can hurt me now. Brock muttered an oath and made another AWL, the kind used for leather work, and then he drove it through the leather and through Loki's lips. At last, he sewed Loki's lips together with a strong thread. Brock left, leaving Loki with a tightly stitched mouth that he was unable to complain about. For Loki, being unable to speak was more painful than having his lips sewn shut. So that's how the gods got their treasures. It was all Loki's fault. Even Thor's hammer was down to Loki's. That was Loki for you. No matter how grateful you are, you still hate him. And no matter how much you hate him, you're still grateful. Thor has gone to the east to fight the troll. Asgard is a bit quieter without Thor around. But it's also lost its strongest protector. This story is set in the past. Not long after the treaty between the Ossa and the One Air was signed. While the gods were still building their home, Asgard was vulnerable. We can't always rely on Thor, said Odin. We need to think about other forms of protection. We need to be aware that giants will come. Trolls will come. Heimdall, the god's watchman, asked. What do you suggest? I think we need a wall, said Odin. One that's high enough to keep out any frost giants and thick enough that no troll could break through. Building such a wall would take a long time, said Loki. It would have to be really high and really thick. Odin gave a nod. But we still need to build a wall, he said. The next day, a stranger turned up in Asgard. The tall man was dressed like a blacksmith and was followed by a magnificent horse, a grey stallion, tall and broad. I've heard you're planning to build a wall, said the stranger. All right, said Odin. I can build you a wall, said the stranger. It'll be high, so even the tallest giant can't climb over it. And it'll be thick, so even the strongest troll can't break through it. I can build it to the highest standards, with precision and care, so that not even an ant can find a way through. I can build you a wall that will stand for 1,000 years. That's a lot of work, and it will take a long time, said Loki. No, said the foreigner. I can have it built in 3 seasons. Tomorrow is the first day of winter. I just need 1 winter, 1 summer, and 1 winter to build it. If you can build the wall, what do you want in return? I just want a few things, said the man. I only want 3 things. Firstly, I'd like to marry the beautiful goddess Freya and walk hand in hand into the marriage hall. That's not a small thing, Odin replied. I'm sure Freya will have her say on the matter. What are the other 2? The foreigner smiled knowingly. If I build the wall for you, he said, I'd like to marry Freya. And I'd also like the sun that hangs in the sky during the day and the moon that gives us light at night. If I build the wall for you, I'd like these 3 things in return. The gods all looked at Freya. She didn't say anything, but she was clearly angry. She was wearing the Be Rising Art necklace, which shimmered like the northern lights and highlighted her skin tone. And her blonde hair was styled with gold accessories that matched her hair color perfectly. I'll leave you to it, said Odin to the foreigner. The man went outside and, before leaving, asked where he could find food and water for his horse. His horse was called Skartifari, which means unfortunate traveler. Odin rubbed his forehead and then looked around at the other gods. What do you think? Odin inquired. The gods started to share their thoughts. Shush, Odin said. 1 at a time, please. The gods and goddesses had their own views and were all in agreement. Freya, the sun and the moon were far too important and valuable to be given to a foreigner, even one who could build them the wall they needed in 3 seasons. Freya had a different take on things. She thought the man should be given a good telling off, and then asked to leave Asgard. So the decision has been made, and the answer is no, said Odin, the All-Father. There was a dry cough from the corner of the room. It was the kind of cough that was clearly meant to get people's attention, and the gods all turned to see who it was. It was Loki. Loki was smiling back at them and waving his fingers as if to impart some important piece of information. I just wanted to flag up that you're overlooking a major issue here. We're not missing anything, you meddling idiot, Freya snapped back. You're all missing the point. This foreigner is proposing something that can't be done anyway. What kind of builder could possibly construct a wall as high and thick as he describes in just 18 months? No giant, no god, not even a mere mortal. I'll bet he can't do it. At this, all the gods nodded their heads in agreement, looking very moved. Freyja was the only one who looked furious. You're all being incredibly foolish, especially you, Loki, because you think you're so clever. He's made a boast that's impossible to fulfill. Loki replied, I think we should do this. Agree to his request and his price, but make it on strict terms. He has to build the wall Nadig. And 3 seasons is too long. We want him to complete the wall in 1. If there's anything left unfinished till the first day of summer, and there will be, we won't pay him anything. How could he agree to such terms? Heimdall inquired. How is this any different from having no wall at all? What's the point of that? Frey asked Freyja's brother. Loki was trying to hide his impatience. Were these gods all missing the point? He started to explain things to them in a way that he would explain to a child. The builder will start work on the wall. He won't get it finished. Go work for 6 months without pay, and at the end of it, he'll have done nothing. After 6 months, We'll fire him and maybe give him a good beating, given his overconfident words, and then we can use the foundations of the part of the wall he's already built to finish the wall in a few years. We're not going to risk losing Frasier, let alone the sun or the moon. How did he agree to build the wall in one season? Asked Tyr, the god of war. Maybe he didn't agree, said Loki, but he seems like the sort of guy who wouldn't turn down a challenge. The gods gave Loki a few pats on the back to show their approval. Luckily, the clever Loki was on their side, so they would get the foundation of the wall without spending a single penny. They gave each other a pat on the back for their sharp thinking and great negotiating skills. Frasier didn't say anything. She played with her rising her necklace, twirling it between her fingers. Loki had once transformed into a seal and stone and the necklace while she was bathing. He'd only been able to get it back because Heimdall had also changed into a seal and fought the seal that Loki had become. She didn't trust Loki. She wasn't interested in the discussions between the gods. The gods asked the builder to come in. He looked around at the other people in the room. They all looked relaxed and in control, chatting and smiling. But Frasier wasn't smiling. Right, the builder said. Loki replied, "You asked for 3 seasons, but we can only give you 1. Just to let you know, tomorrow is the first day of winter. If you haven't finished the wall by the first day of summer, you'll be leaving with nothing. If you finish the wall and it's as high, thick and unbreakable as we said, you'll get everything you asked for. The moon, the sun, and Freya. One last thing, you can't ask anyone else for help and you have to do the work yourself." The foreigner was quiet for a while. He looked away, as if he was thinking about what Loki had said and the conditions he had set. Then he turned to the gods and gave a shrug. "You said I can't ask anyone else for help. But I need my horse, Waldir, to help me carry the stones I need to build the wall." "I don't think that's unreasonable." "That's a fair point," Odin agreed. And the other gods nodded to each other, agreeing that using horses to pull the stones was a good idea. So the gods and the foreigner swore an oath, the most sacred oath, promising each other that they would stick to it. They made the oath on their weapons, on Odin's golden armor Dirreupnir, on Odin's spear Gungnir. As we all know, an oath taken on Gungnir is an oath that cannot be broken. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, the gods watched the man at work. He spat on his hands and started digging the foundation for the first stone of the wall. "He's digging pretty deep," said Heimdall. "He's digging pretty fast," said Freya's brother. "Come on. Even if he's super strong and can dig holes and trenches at lightning speed, so what?" Loki said, with a hint of disdain, "Just think of how many stones he has to carry from the mountains. You see, digging a hole is one thing, but carrying stones is quite another. The stones have to be carried from a long way away in the mountains without any help. They have to be arranged tightly one on top of the other so that no ant can get in between. They also have to be built higher than the tallest giant. That's how a wall is built." Frasier gave Loki a look that said she was not impressed and didn't say anything. As the sun was setting, the builder got on his horse and set off into the mountains to find the first stones for the wall. The horse called an empty quarry boat, which was like a shallow sled. The horse pulled it along as it slipped through the soft ground. The gods watched them go. The bright moon was high in the early winter sky. "They'll be away for at least a few weeks," Loki said. "I wonder how many stones the horse can pen at a time. He looks pretty strong." The gods went back to the feast hall, where there was a lot of laughter and merriment. But Frasier didn't smile. Before the day was out, it had snowed lightly in Powder Isle. This was a sign that we can expect heavy snow this winter. Heimdall, the Watcher, could see everything that approached Asgard and never missed a thing. He woke the gods up in the middle of the night. They gathered by the trench that the foreigner had dug the day before. By the time dawn broke, the builder was already approaching them on his horse. The horse was pulling several granite blocks behind it. The stones were so heavy that the boat loaded with them left deep grooves in the black soil. The man saw the gods and gave them a cheerful wave in the morning. He pointed at the sun coming up and gave the gods a wink. Then he untied the horse and let it graze while he carried the first granite block to the trench he had dug. "This horse is really quite extraordinary in terms of its strength," said Baldur, who was arguably the most handsome with the Osgods. "No ordinary horse could pull such heavy stones." "It's much stronger than we thought," said Kvothe, who was very wise. "Well," said Loki, "the horse will soon be worn out. This is just the first day's work. It's not feasible to expect it to carry that much stone every night. On top of that, winter is on its way. It'll be snowing heavily, and the path to the mountain will be dangerous in the blizzard. No need to worry. Everything is going according to plan." "I hate you," Freyja said, her voice cold as she stood next to Loki. She went back to Asgard at dawn and didn't stay to watch the foreigner build the city wall. Every night, the builder would head up to the mountains with his horse and the empty stone boat. He'd come back every morning with 20 heavy granite blocks, each larger than a strong man. The wall grew taller by a little bit every day and more impressive by the night. Odin called the gods together. "The wall is going up fast," he said. "We've taken an unbreakable oath, witnessed by the helmets and weapons, that he gets the wall done by the deadline. We'll give him the sun, the moon and Freya as a wife." Kvothe, who was very wise, said, "No one can do what the wall builder is doing. I think there's more to him than meets the eye." "Maybe he's a giant," said Odin. "If only Thor were here," said Baldur. "Thor is dealing with some trolls in the Far East," Odin replied. "Even if he were to come back, the oath we've taken is still valid." Loki tried to put their minds at ease. "We're just making ourselves worry unnecessarily. There's no way the builder can finish the wall before the first day of summer, even if he were the strongest giant in the world. It's just not feasible. I wish Thor were here. He'd know what to do," said Heimdall. Despite the snow, the builder and his horse, Musvia Dilfari, kept going. The strong horse was in top form, and he pulled the stone boats full of stones across the snow that was falling, through the blizzard, over the hills and into the frozen ravine. The days were getting longer. The sun was coming up earlier and earlier in the morning. As the ice and snow began to melt, the slippery, slimy mud underneath was revealed. This kind of mud would stick to your boots and slow you down. "This horse won't be able to pull the stones through the mud," said Loki. "It'll sink into the quagmire along with the stones, and he'll lose his horse." But Sordilfar kept up a steady pace, even in the muddiest conditions, and it still managed to carry the boulders to Asgard. The builders were now pulling the stones 100 feet up and placing them in the right spot. The quagmire slowly dried up, and spring flowers started to sprout and bloom. Yellow dandelions and white cinquefoil bloomed everywhere. Once it was finished, it would be an impenetrable defense for Asgard. No giant troll, Gorfawartle, would be able to breach that wall. The outsider kept up with the wall building with unwavering dedication. He didn't seem to mind the rain or snow at all, and neither did his horse. Every morning, the team brought the boulders from the mountain. Then, they laid the granite stone by stone on top of yesterday's layer. Before long, we were on the last day of winter, and the city wall was almost finished. In Asgard, the gods sat on their thrones and had a meeting. "On the subject of the sun," said Baldur, "we once gave it up. Back then, we put the moon right in the middle of the sky to count the days and weeks," said the god of poetry Bragi, with a hint of bitterness. "But now we leave and lose the moon. And what are we going to do without Freya?" asked Tiwaya. "If this builder is actually a giant," Freyja said, "then I'll marry him and go with him to Jotunheim. Then we'll see if I hate him more for taking me away or you for giving me away." "Don't say that," Loki began, but Freyja interrupted him. "If this giant is going to take me, the sun and the moon, then I'd like to ask the gods of Asgard for one thing." "Speak," said Odin. The Allfather, who had remained silent until now. "I want the person responsible for all this to pay with their life before I go," said Frasier. "That would be fair. If I'm going to the home of the frost giants, with the moon and sun plucked from the sky, and the world left in eternal darkness, then surely the one responsible for causing it all should pay with his life. Unfortunately, it's difficult to identify the person responsible for this," Loki said. "Who can remember who came up with the idea in the first place? I think it's fair to say that all the gods are equally responsible for this unfortunate mistake. It was our idea," we all agreed. "It was your idea," said Frasier, "and you were the one who convinced these idiots to go along with it. Before I leave Asgard, I'm going to make you pay for this." Loki began to argue, but he stopped when he saw the expressions on the faces of the gods in the hall. "Loki, son of Laufey," Odin said, "this is the result of your reckless suggestions. This suggestion is just as bad as all your previous suggestions," Balder added. Loki gave him a look that said he wasn't happy. "We need to find a way to get the builder to lose his reward," said Odin. "He has to fail without breaking his oath." "I'm not sure what you'd like me to do about that," said Loki. "I don't expect you to do anything," said Odin. "But if this builder gets the wall done by the end of tomorrow, you're a dead man." Loki looked at the faces of the gods, one after the other. Each one was written in anger and resentment, demanding his life. He saw no way out, no forgiveness. He was definitely going to die a horrible death. But what could he do? He didn't have the courage to confront the builder. On the other hand, there was still the option of. Loki gave a nod. "I'll take care of it." He turned and walked away from the hall, without any hindrance. The builder had put the day's stone delivery on the wall. Tomorrow is the first day of summer, and the wall will be finished by the time the sun set. Once he's finished, he'll be able to leave Asgard with his pay. Just 20 blocks of granite to go. He climbed down the wooden scaffold and called to his horse. As usual, Skardi Aelfar, I was grazing at his leisure. He was in the long grass at the edge of the forest. The meadow was about half a mile from the city wall, but he always showed up when his master whistled. The builder took hold of the rope attached to the empty stone boat, was about to tie it to his grey steed. The sun was still high in the sky, but it was several hours before sunset, and the moon was also up there, its silvery disk high in the sky. Before long, the sun and the moon would both be his, as well as Freya, the goddess who was radiant and more beautiful than the sun and the moon. The builder didn't relax his vigilance until he'd reaped the rewards of victory. He'd worked so hard for so long, without a break throughout the winter. He whistled again. Something strange was happening. He'd never had to whistle twice to call his horse before. He saw Skardi Aelfar a long way off, shaking his head and prancing joyfully among the wildflowers of the spring meadow. The horse took a step forward, then a step back, as if he could smell something enchanting in the warm spring evening breeze, but wasn't sure what it was. "Swordilfari," the builder called out, and the horse perked up, turned into grass and slowly trotted towards him. The builder looked at the horse trotting towards him and felt a great sense of joy. The horse's hooves sounded from the other side of the meadow, bouncing off the high, majestic grey granite citadel. The echo sounded like 1,000 horses galloping. The builder thought he saw a large group of horses galloping towards him. The builder thought, "There's only one horse." He shook his head, realizing he'd made a mistake. There were 2 horses, and the sound of 2 hooves was what he heard. The other was a chestnut mare. The builder could tell straight away that it was a mare. He didn't even need to check. The chestnut horse had a graceful look about her, and she was the epitome of femininity. Svadilfari walked across the meadow, then slowed down, stood up and let out a loud long neigh. The chestnut mare ignores him. She stops as if she doesn't see him, and lowers her head as if she's looking for something in the grass. Svadilfari tries to get closer, but when he's run 100 meters or so, the mare suddenly speeds up, changing from a trot to a gallop, and the grey stallion follows closely behind, trying to catch her. and yet they're always a body length or two apart. The male was sniffing at the female's rump, or the female was sweeping her tail across the male's teeth. But they were always just missing each other by a hair's breadth. In the soft golden light of the setting sun, they galloped together across the grassland. The two fine horses, grey and chestnut, with glistening sweat dripping from their bellies, looked like they were dancing in the sun. The builder clapped his hands again and whistled. He called out S.W. Adilfarai's name, but his horse didn't respond. The builder ran out and tried to catch the horse and bring it back to its senses. But the chestnut horse seemed to know what he was up to. It slowed down, rubbed its ears and mane against the grey horse's head, and then ran off towards the forest as if it were being chased by a wolf. S.D. Adilfarai followed it, and before long men were both gone, swallowed up by the forest. The builder swore and spat as he waited for his horse to reappear. The shadows of the trees grew longer, but there was still no sign of Skadi Adilfarai. The builder went back to his stone boat. He looked out into the woods. Then he spat on his hand, grabbed the rope and pulled the stone boat across the lawn, covered in grass and spring flowers, towards the quarry in the mountains. He didn't make it back in time for dawn. By the time the builder got back to Åsgard, the sun was already high in the sky. He brought back 10 stones, which was all he could carry, and he cursed them as he pulled the boat. But with each pull, he was one step closer to the wall. Freya stood in the doorway and watched him. "You've only got 10 stones, she told him. "You need twice as many stones to finish the wall." The builder didn't say anything. He kept on pulling his stones towards the unfinished gate, his face a blank. No smile, no wink, nothing. "They'll be back from the east soon," Freyja told him. "They'll be with us before you know it." The gods of Åsgard had also come out to watch the builder call the stones towards the wall. They stood by Freyja's side to make sure she was protected. At first, they just watched silently, but then they couldn't help laughing and started asking questions aloud. "Hey," Baldur called out. "If you finish the wall, you'll only get the sun. Do you think you can still take the sun and moon home? It's a shame your horse isn't here. You could have used it to help you carry the stones," said Bragi. "It could have helped you out and carried the stones you need." The gods couldn't help but laugh. The builder then lowered the stone boat. He faced the gods. "You tricked me," he said angrily, his face red and distorted with rage. "We didn't do that," said Odin. "And if we did, we were no match for you. If we'd known you were a giant, would you have been allowed to build the wall?" The builder grabbed a stone and smashed it against another, instantly breaking the granite in two. He turned to face the gods, holding the half rock in one hand, which was now 20, 30, or even 50 feet. His face was twisted, no longer the calm, gentle foreigner who had arrived in Åsgard a season ago. Now it looked like the face of a cliff, carved and sculpted by anger and hatred. "I'm a mountain giant," he said, "and you gods are nothing but tricksters and liars. If I'd still had my horse, I'd have finished the wall by now. I should have taken Freyja, the sun and the moon, as my reward. She's beautiful and lovely. I should have left you in the cold and darkness, without even the consolation of beauty." "We haven't broken any promises," said Odin. "But there's no way to protect you now." The mountain giant let out a roar and charged at the gods, holding a piece of granite in his hand as a weapon. The gods moved out of the way. The mountain giant charged to the end and saw a figure standing behind them. Then he realized who it was. A noble god, tall and powerful, with a red beard, wriggling muscles, golden armor and a metal hammer in his hand. He swung the hammer just once. As soon as the hammer was right in front of the giant, he let go. There was a flash of lightning in the clear sky, and as Thor let go of the hammer, the sky rumbled with thunder. The mountain giant only saw the hammer flying towards him, getting bigger and bigger, and then he saw nothing more. He was never going to see anything again. The gods finally got the wall fixed. It took them a few weeks to cut the stones and move the remaining 10 from the quarry up in the mountains back to Asgard and put them on top of the city gate. The last batch of stones weren't as neatly cut or as well fitted together as the previous ones. Some of the gods thought that they should have let the builder work on the wall for a bit longer so that it would be almost finished before they killed him. Thor said he was pleased the gods had prepared a little entertainment for him when he got back from the east. It was odd that Loki, who had Lord Skadi far away, was not there to receive the gods' praise, which was out of character for him. Nobody knew where he'd gone, but some people said they'd seen a gorgeous chestnut mare in the meadows below Asgard. Loki didn't come back for a good chunk of the year. When he finally did, he brought back a small grey foal. The gorgeous foal had 8 legs instead of the usual 4, and followed Loki everywhere, sniffing at him as if he were its mother. As it turned out, that was exactly what was going on. The foal grew up to become a horse called Sleipnir, a tall, grey steed. It was the fastest and strongest horse ever. It was faster than the wind. Loki gave Sleipnir, the best horse in both the human and the divine realms, to Odin as a gift. Many people envied Odin for his horse, but only the bravest were willing to bring up its parents in Loki's presence, and nobody wanted to risk repeating themselves. If Loki heard you tell the story of how he lured Skadi away from its owner, and how he saved the gods from his own bad ideas, he'd come back to get his own back and make her life less pleasant. Loki is not easily forgiving, and that's how the gods of Asgard got their war. Loki is good-looking and charming. People often want to like him and trust him, but he can be a bit self-centered at best, or mischievous, or even evil at worst. He married a woman called Sigwain, and when he with her and married her, she was a very beautiful and happy woman. But now she always looks like she's waiting for some bad news. She gave birth to his first son, Narf, and then his second son, Wandi. Sometimes Loki would be away for a while and not come back. Sigwain would look like she was waiting for the worst. But Loki always came back to her in the end, chatting sweetly and looking a bit ashamed, but with a hint of pride hidden in that shame. He went off on 3 separate occasions, but each time he returned to her. When Loki came back to Asgard for the 3rd time, Odin called him over. "I had a dream," said the wise man with one eye. "You have kids. My son's name is Narf. He's a good boy, but he doesn't always listen to me, I have to admit. And there's another son, Vali, who is very obedient and listens very well. I'm not talking about them. You have 3 other children, Loki. I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with the Frost Giantess Angerboda lately. She's also had 3 children for you. I've had dreams about them, visions through the mind when I'm asleep. I can see that they'll be the gods' biggest enemies when it all ends." Loki didn't respond. He tried to look ashamed, but it seemed like he was actually quite pleased with himself. Odin called the gods together, with Tyr and Thor at the front. Odin told them to go to Jotunheim, the land of the giants, and get Loki's kids back to Asgard. The 2 generals faced many dangers on their journey to the land of the giants and met Angerboda. She hadn't expected them, and the kids were playing together in her hall. The 2 gods were pretty taken aback when they saw what Loki and Angerboda's kids looked like, but that didn't mean they forgot why they were there. They took the children and tied them up. They tied the eldest one to a pine board, sandwiched between the 2 gods. They covered the second child with a mask made of wicker and attached a rope to his neck like a dog leash. The 3rd child walked beside them, looking gloomy and disturbing. The person on the right saw that the 3rd child was a beautiful little girl, while the person on the left avoided looking at her because they saw a dead little girl with skin and flesh rotting black. It was a terrible sight to see such a horrible corpse walking among them. Have you noticed something? On the 3rd day of their journey back to Asgard from the land of the giants, Thor asked Tyr. They were camping for the night in a small clearing, and Tyr was scratching Loki's second child's neck with his huge right hand. "What? The giants aren't after us. Not even the mothers of these monsters are after us. It's as if they wanted us to take Loki's children out of Jotunheim. That's nonsense, said Tyr. But while he was saying it, he shivered next to the warm fire. 2 days later, they went back to Odin's shrine. These are Loki's children, Tyr said briefly. Loki's first child, the one tied to the pine tree, was now taller than the tree itself. Its name was Geirmunin, which is a giant serpent in Norse mythology. It's grown quite a bit in the few days since we brought it back, said Tyr. Thor said, just be careful. It can spit deadly black venom. It's patted me. That's why we tied its head to the pine tree like this. He's still a child, said Odin. He's still growing, actually. Let's take him somewhere he can't cause any trouble. Odin took the giant serpent to the sea, far from any land, the sea that surrounded Midgard. He released Midgard and watched as it slithered into the waves and swam away. Odin kept an eye on it until it disappeared over the horizon. Was that the right thing to do? Odin was left wondering. He wasn't sure. He'd done what he'd been shown in his dream. But dreams can be misleading, even to the wisest of gods. The serpent would grow in the grey waters of the world ocean, and it would grow until it was big enough to surround the earth. That's why Ymir was also known as the Serpent of Midgard in folklore. Odin went back to the temple and told Loki's daughter to be brought in. He looked at the girl. Her right cheek was rosy white, with Loki's green eyes. Her lips were red and full. The left side of her face was dirty and wrinkled, bruised like death itself. Her blind eye rotted and white. The brown jawbone and teeth were exposed from the dry mouth that was never covered by lip. What's your name, girl? The All-Father asked. They call me Hela, she replied. The venerable All-Father. You're a polite child, Odin said. I must admit. Hela didn't speak, but just looked at him with the one green eye she had. It was sharp as an icicle, and her pale, dead, bad eyes showed no fear. Are you alive? Odin asked the girl, or are you a corpse? I am myself, Hela, daughter of Angbodr and Loki, she replied. And I like the dead best, the ones who are already dead. They're straightforward and respectful towards me. I can't stand the living. Odin thought about what the girl had said and then remembered his dream. Odin said, this child is going to become the ruler of the deepest regions of darkness. The ruler of all the dead in the 9 worlds. She'll be the ruler of the souls of the less fortunate dead. Those who didn't die bravely on the battlefield were from disease, old age, accidents, or childbirth. As you'd expect, warriors who died bravely in battle will go to Valhalla. But those who died of other causes will become her subjects and serve her in the darkness. For the first time since she was taken from her mother, the little girl Hela smiled. Her lips just parted. Odin showed Hela the world without light of a hall, where she would receive her subjects. He watched as she named each of her possessions. My bowl will be called Hunger, said Hela, and she picked up a knife. And this will be called Famine. My bed will be called the Warm Bed. This was how Loki and Angbodr's children were dealt with. One in the sea, one in the darkest place underground. But what about the third one? When they brought Loki's youngest child back from the land of the giants, he was no bigger than a puppy. Once Tyr had removed his willow mast, he often played with him, scratching his neck and head. He was a small grey-black wolf cub with amber eyes. The wolf cub spoke human words, used the language of men and gods, and was quite proud of himself. The beast was called Finel, and just as quickly he grew. On the first day, he was the size of a wolf. On the second, he was the size of a bear. And on the third, he was the size of a giant moose. The gods were a bit scared of him, apart from Tyr. He still played with him every day, was the only one who fed the wolf meat every day. Every day, he ate more than he did the day before. And every day, he became stronger and more fierce. As Odin watched the wolf cub grow stronger day by day, he felt a growing sense of unease. In his dreams at the moment when it all ended, there was the wolf. And the last thing Odin saw in all his dreams about the future was the pair of amber eyes and the sharp, white teeth of the giant wolf Fenrir. The gods got together and decided to tie Fenrir up. They made a strong pair of chains and shackles in the god's smithy. They took the shackles to Fenrir. "Look," the gods said, as if they were just suggesting a new game. "You're growing so fast, Fenrir. Right, it's time to test your strength. These are the strongest chains and shackles we have. Do you think you can break free?" "I think I can," said Fenrir, shaking his head. "Tie me up." The gods wrapped the massive chains around Finnegan's body and locked his paws in shackles. He waited patiently while they secured him. The gods exchanged a smile as they shackled the giant wolf. "Right, let's do this," said Thor. Finnegan flexed and extended his legs, and the chains on his body snapped like dry branches. The giant wolf howled towards the moon, his howl full of triumph and joy. "I got you out of those chains," he said, sounding excited. "Don't you forget it." "We won't forget," the gods replied. The next day, Tyr went to feed the giant wolf. "I broke the ankle chain," Fenrir said, with a proud smile. "I did it easily." "Yes," Tyr replied. "What do you think, are they going to try me again? I'm getting stronger every day, and I'm growing too. I'm sure they'll try you again." "I'd bet my right hand on it," said Tyr. The wolf was still growing, while the gods were making a new chain in the smithy. Each link in the chain was so big that no one could lift it. The chain was made from the strongest material the gods could find, a mix of iron from the earth and iron from the sky. They called the chain Dromi. The gods pulled the chain to where Finnegan was sleeping. The giant wolf opened his eyes. "You're back again then," he said. "If you can break free of these chains," the gods said, "then your strength and fame will be known throughout the world. You'll be famous and successful. If you can't break free of these chains, it means you're stronger than all the gods and giants." Then I nodded and looked at the chains, called Dromi, which were bigger and stronger than any other chains and ropes. You can't achieve glory without a challenge, and there's always a risk involved, the giant wolf said after a while. "I think I can break free. Tie me up." They tied him up. The giant wolf tensed his muscles, but the chain didn't budge. The gods looked at each other and exchanged triumphant glances. But then the giant wolf began to writhe and roll, kicking back with every muscle tensed. His eyes turned red, his teeth were bared, and drool dribbled from the corners of his mouth. He rolled around and let out a howl. He gave it his all and struggled with all his might. Fortunately, the gods unconsciously leaned back. The chain broke, and with a big burst of force it was torn apart and flung far back. For many years afterwards, the gods often found pieces of the broken shackles embedded in the soil next to giant trees or hill. "Yes," Finn roared, and let out a victorious howl, like a wolf and like a man. The wolf noticed that the gods who had watched his struggle didn't seem very pleased about his victory. Not even Tyr was impressed. The son of Loki, Finn, took a moment to think about it. As time passed, the giant wolf Finnis grew larger and hungrier with each passing day. Odin thought about what he had heard and considered his next move. He had all the wisdom of the spring of Mima, and all the wisdom gained from the world tree through his sacrifice. At last, he called in the messenger from Frey's camp, the light elf Skirnir. He told Skirnir about a rope called Janimir. Skirnir rode his horse and made it to Eseyafothen via the Rainbow Bridge. He showed the dwarves how to make a rope like no other. When the dwarves heard Sigurd's description of the task, they were taken aback but then made an offer. Sigurd agreed, even though the dwarves were asking for a lot. Odin had advised him to accept. The dwarves got together all the ingredients they needed to make the Gialaopina. The dwarves gathered the following 6 items. The first thing I heard was the sound of cat's paws. The second item was a woman's beard. The third ingredient was a mountain root. The fourth ingredient was the tendon of a bear. The fifth is the breath of a fish. The sixth and final ingredient is bird saliva. Each of these items is used to make Geliipenia. You've never seen any of these things. The dwarves used these when they made Geliipenia. Once the dwarves had finished their work, they gave Skinfin a wooden box. Inside was a long, silky ribbon that looked like it was made of silk. It was almost transparent and felt weightless. Skinfin took the box and headed back to Osgard. He arrived at dusk after the sun had set. He showed the gods what he'd got from the dwarves' workshop, and they were pretty blown away. The gods all went down to the shore of the Black Lake together and called out Finn's name. He came running, just as a dog does when it hears its name being called. The gods were amazed at how big and strong he was now. "Is everything okay?" the wolf inquired. "We've just got the strongest rope," they said. "It's impossible for you to break free." The wolf said proudly, "I can break free of any rope." Odin held out his hands to show Geliipenia. It shone in the moonlight. "This," the wolf inquired. "This is nothing." The gods tested the strength of the rope to demonstrate its durability. "No one can pull it," they told him. The giant wolf looked at the silk and cord they were pulling, which shone as if it were the trail of a snail or the moonlight or the waves. He turned away, not really interested. "No," he said. "Bring me the real deal heavy-duty chains and shackle. Then I'll show you what I'm made of." "This is Geliipenia," said Odin. "It's stronger and tougher than any chains or shackles." "Are you afraid, Fingord?" "Fear? Not at all. But what if I damage one of those ribbons? Will I get a pat on the back at mission? People will be amazed and say, 'Did you know how strong and mighty Fenrir the wolf is? He's so strong that he's even broken a ribbon. I won't gain any good reputation if I break Geliipenia.'" "You're afraid," said Odin. The giant sniffed. "I can tell you're up to something," said the wolf, his amber eyes gleaming in the moonlight. "I may be wrong, but I don't think your Geliipenia is anything more than a ribbon. I won't agree to be bound with it. You who have broken free from the strongest and most impenetrable of giant shackles." "You're afraid of this rope," said Thor. "I'm not afraid of anything," the giant wolf growled. "But you little things are afraid of me." Odin gave his beard a scratch. "Fenrir, you're not stupid. We didn't mean to mislead you. I get why you're unhappy. Only someone who's truly brave would agree to be bound by a noose they can't break. I give you my word, in the name of the All-Father, that if you can't break this ribbon, we gods have no reason to fear you. We'll untie you and let you go wherever you want." The giant wolf let out a long howl. "You're lying, father of the gods. You're as good at lying as you are at breathing. If you tie me up and I can't break free, you won't set me free. I think you'll leave me here. I think you're planning to abandon me and betray me. I don't agree to be tied up with this ribbon." "Well said, and brave," said Odin. "You're using these words to hide your fear of being proven a coward, Fenris. You're afraid of being tied up with ribbons. There's no need to explain." The wolf stuck out his tongue and laughed, showing his fangs, each one as big as an adult's arm. "Instead of questioning my courage, I'd like to challenge you to prove that you're not a fraud. If one of you is willing to put their hand in my mouth, I'll let you tie me up at the ribbon. I'll take your hand in my mouth between my teeth, but I won't bite down. If you haven't betrayed me, I'll release his hand when I break free of the ribbon, then it'll be fine. I swear it. If you put one hand in my mouth, I'll let you tie me up with the ribbon." So does anyone want to put a hand up? The gods looked at each other. Balder looked at Thor, Heimdall at Odin, and Aechnir at Frey, but none of them made a move. At last, Tyr, Odin's son, let out a sigh and stepped forward, raising his right hand. "I'll put my right hand in your mouth, Fenrir," said Tyr. Tyr put his right hand in Fenrir's mouth. As if he were just a little wolf cub and they were playing together. Fenrir was lying on his side. Fenrir gently closed his teeth and bit down on Tiwa's wrist, not cutting his skin, and then closed his eyes. The gods then bound him with Sleip-Inducing, a snail trail of light wound around the giant wolf, binding his legs so that he couldn't move. "There you go," Fenris the wolf. "Now, break free of your bonds. Let's see how strong you are." The wolf started to stretch and try to get free. He tensed every muscle in an attempt to break free of the ribbons binding him. But the harder he struggled, the more difficult it became, and with each pull, the shimmering ribbons grew stronger. At first, the gods laughed. Then they started to laugh. At last, they were sure the beast was stuck and they were safe. So they started laughing. Tiwa was the only one who didn't say anything. He didn't laugh. He could feel the sharp teeth of the giant wolf Fenel against his wrist, and the tongue of the giant wolf Finnis against his palm and fingers, warm and wet. Fenel was finally giving up the fight. He lay still. If the gods were going to let him go, they would do so now. But the gods just laughed, even louder. Thor laughed loudly, with each sound like thunder, accompanied by Odin's dry cackle and Balder's bell-like laughter. Fenel looked at Tiwa. Tiwa looked back at him with courage. Then Tiwa closed his eyes and gave a little nod. "Go for it," he said quietly. Then he bit down on Tiwa's wrist. Tiwa didn't make a sound. He simply wrapped his left hand around his right wrist and pressed hard against the wound to stem the bleeding. Fenrir watched as the gods used the other end of the grip of Sleip-Inducing to drive a boulder the size of a mountain into the ground. Then he watched as they used another boulder as a hammer to drive the mountain-sized boulder deep into the ground, deeper than the deepest ocean on earth. "Treacherous Odin," the giant wolf howled. "I could have been a friend to the gods if you hadn't deceived me, but you let your fear get the better of you. I'm going to kill you, father of the gods. When this is all over, I'm going to eat the sun, the moon. But what I enjoy most is killing you." The gods kept an eye on Finn's claws as they drove the stone deeper and deeper. Finn started to writhe and growl at them. The god closest to him calmly drove his sword into the giant wolf Finnis's jaws. The sword hilt got stuck in the wolf jaws, jamming his upper and lower jaws together so that they couldn't close. The giant wolf let out an indistinct roar and saliva flowed from his mouth like a river. If you didn't know it was a wolf, you'd think it was a small mountain with a river flowing out of the cave. The gods left the river of saliva in the black lake. They were quiet at first, but after walking a bit further, they started laughing, slapping each other on the back. The ones who thought they'd done a great thing laughed the loudest. Tiwa didn't laugh. He tied the wound on his wrist with a bandage and walked back to Asgard with the gods, keeping to himself. This is the story of Loki's children. Thanks for joining us on this relaxing journey. We hope you enjoyed today's sleep story. If you did, please like and subscribe to Dreamland Sleep Stories for more soothing stories. Thanks and have a great night.